Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything's happy here real quick. I think that's alright. Just this. Are you happy? You seem to be happy. How about you? You seem to be happy as well. Excellent. Alrighty then. That worked well today. Let's do that. And everything should be... Well, then my internet decides to, slow down. That's fun. You... out of here. There we go. Behave yourself, internet. Okay, so we were in the process of refactoring this stuff. And fixing tests. So we need to fix the rest of these tests up so that we can run them again. And then we need to add the extra stuff here and add some testing around it. You here, invisible exit unseen. So we're expecting this to fail, but let's just go ahead. Do we have... We don't have an example config that we can just use in general. We'll have to write one. That's okay. Okay. We can get from test map. If we sort of generic this out, like this, and we set a variable here, tile grid, it was 1 0 that we used to target. This can be starting tile, and this can be target tile. This is our DC. This can be nil. It should be able to be nil. Why are you... typo, that's why. Okay. This is a pointer. And then this guy is going to be starting tile. And then this guy is going to be our target tile. That's what we called you, right? Yes. Alright. So we've got that. Now starting to connect we don't give you an ID. That comes in. We're done with that for now. Go to tile. What's the project for? To build the project, of course. Connect. So we need to give it the connection here. And I don't like that name. Let's call you in this test. So we'll do that. We need our destinations. That's the target. What are you? Oh, I left off a closing bracket. There we go. And then we need our logger, which we have already set up. Okay, perfect. This returns an error now. If that's not nil, it's fatal to the test. Error connecting test tile. Like so. Oh, we already have an error, so we can't declare a new one. There we go. That'll replace this. Fair enough. Any reasons using Go instead of Java? Because I like Go. Okay, that should fix this test. Now we're going to have basically the same deal here because we're doing a test spot DC. This one is we know about it as opposed to we're interested in a DC. Okay, so in order to keep that the same, we're going to give these guys the empty strings the same way we did there. And we're going to use our test spot DC we already set up. We'll keep this. Like that. This. We're modifying this in place. There's no longer a transit map. Add entry. Test map tile grid ID. This. This is just this ID. There we go. What else we got here? Okay, I think we're good there. You don't exist anymore. So we're reloading. We rebuild the connections. Why did this? Southeast connection. Result of the cardinal connections, southeast. Southeast transit. This should just be this now. Because we got rid of that intermediary struct. And the same is true here. This should just go away. And this should be Northwest connection. And if I spell it correctly, it might even work. Like so. Okay. So that should fix, at least in the compilation sense, this test package. We should be able to run this now, I think. Let's find out. Okay, we can run it. We got some failures. That's all right. Let's see what we got here. Error creating connection, unable to connect tiles. Configured origin location is not this tile's location. That's in my new test map. And that's going to be in our helper here, right? Because then we're going to call connect. Configured origin location is not this tile's location. Interesting. Config origin. Ah. Because we omitted putting them in here, but we check them to make sure. That's okay. We just need to set tile location. Oh, except for we can't do that. It's a map coordinate, so I don't have... I can get it, though. Because I have the tiles. So this should be tile... map ID should be tile parent map ID, and then location should be tile location. The same is true. I don't think we check it, but let's be... that's not what I wanted. Let's be diligent about it here and put it in. And then this is actually just flipped because we connect backwards. So we do that, we do that, we do that, we do that, we do that. Okay. Let's see how we get on here. Yes, good. You... we should, just to prevent future issues while we have identified it as a potential issue, add this to our test configs we just used really quick. And it was here. We'll change this up here just a little bit. This is starting tile. It works because the starting tile is at 0, 0. That's the, pardon me, null value. So it didn't fail those. But let's put them in their files, or our configs rather, just to be sure that things don't get funky. Alright. So, reloading does not have an updated exit to the southeast. Got empty map. Cardinal connections. So we write that we reload this. Get some other issues here as well. That's because, okay, let's fix this really quick. This is easy. Because when we compared them, one's a pointer, the other is not. Tile tests it right here. Expected transit. Okay. The same thing is going to be here, I'm sure. Just do that. Because we can get the pointer directly now. We'll look at that in a second, and that because that's going to be string, which we know is kind of fragile, but it gets us where we want to be for the second until we change things a little bit. So we should see 2 of those pass now. No? Interesting. Tags, exit label. One of these is probably actually a nil. But I don't think that's related to this, so let's start at the top here. Got an empty map at 1266. This should give us a transit. Coordinates southeast, cardinal connections. And that would be because we have our tile configs here. But config manager map, we've added fields to these guys that are going to be required. Specifically tags is going to be required. So it's not getting built. Well, actually, hang on. So if we're writing this and then reading it back, that would indicate our bug should be in here. Just double check. Marshall, write file, reload. Yes. Because we're testing this function, but just it's an integration test because it has to be, basically, for this to be a meaningful test. So here, let's double check this. I don't think we've been in here yet since we changed things. We're going to run you really quick. That worked, but this only tests loading the file data, right? That's why we tested in the other one, to make sure that that data parses correctly. They're very different questions. The question I have is, do we want to make this thing's problem? And we really get back to just, we'd have to determine somehow what things are where, which is tricky. I got to figure out how I want to do that checking. And it would either have to be in here or in the map. The map is going to know more things about the map, so that makes more sense. And that comes right back to tile here, where we just pulled you out of the tags instead of making them an option. And there's no good answer to that currently. But what we do have is the tile and its destination. So we can figure out a vector from that. But we don't know if it's on the different map. We don't know. And if it is on a different map, it could still be a vector. It seems fragile to rely on that to be encoded correctly in the config file. That just seems like it's waiting to hide a bug. Tell you what, my coffee's broken. I'm going to go make some more really quick. I could take a second to heat up some water. I'll be right back. Alright. Now, as soon as that's not lava, we'll be back in action. And ready to turn caffeine directly into code. But I haven't had coffee-making thoughts. They're like shower thoughts, but better, right? So the config file just has to be the source of truth for this kind of thing. Which is going to suck a little bit when we go to load it and have to fix it, but that's okay. We could guess about it, but that's going to fall apart. Even if we implemented something to tell us like the distance from one point to another on the map, and use that to say, okay, well, the vector plus the distance indicates whether or not it's a neighbor or not, and therefore a cardinal or not, that all falls apart immediately when we're on another map. So then we end up in a condition where either we get multiple structs and then, different things behave differently, or we're in a condition where there's a lot of magic that happens where you sometimes load a thing this way if it's specified, but if it's not, then we go out to this, and then if that fails, then we have to do this other thing, and it gets hard to reason about, right? So we're going to put it in the config file. It just has to be in there. And we'll still parse it as a cardinal as long as you put a cardinal direction in there. So these fellas here, these are config manager connections. So under destination, tags, string. This guy is not actually a cardinal. Ah. Yes. So we'll have to be careful there. We update a tile. We start as cardinal and then we move them. Ah, okay. We relocate the tile. I see. Okay, so this one initially it is a cardinal, and this is going to be south. And then this is going to be initially a cardinal because it's a bidirectional, which is north. And then so this is where we're going to have to actually test this is going to fail basically. Because it won't be in the cardinals anymore. In fact, it's going to be... So either we have to just move... this tile, which we could do. So it was north-south. Let's make it east-west. Let's do that first, and then we'll add testing to cover the other cases where we do move them further away. Because we want to know that this works first, I think. So it used to be at 0, 1. Let's make it at 1, 0 instead. Like so. We'll fix up this as well. 1, 0... 1, 0. This is going to be east, right? 0, 0 to 1, yeah. And this is going to be west. And then we can put cardinals in here. And they'll still be cardinals, and things will be better. At least until we break them again. Okay. And then this should be east. Why was it... Was it southeast? Oh, because we did... Yeah, okay. That... East. East, okay, perfect. This is going to be west. Oop. Connection. West. I also need to make sure up here, don't forget that you're at 1-0 now. The same is true here. Oop. 0. Okay, that's fine. 1, 0. 0, 0, 1, 0. West connection, coordinates west, to the west, 1, 0. Cardinal connections. West connection. Okay. Let's see what that gets us. That is not the right set of tests. Okay. Alright, perfect. So that's our reload fixed. So our connect cardinal, we need to still spruce up a little. Let's see here. Are you in here? You're in tile. Okay. Connect cardinal. And actually, that's a good point. I probably should use that over here as well for my stringy strings, just to be sure if we change the capitalization or something. This was north, yeah. Oop. North string. I don't anticipate changing these, but you know, we'll be diligent. East string. West string. Okay. Just to be sure, we'll make sure it passes still. Shouldn't change anything. Should all be the same. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we're getting back different things than we expect in this test. Right here specifically. Cardinal connections east, transit, expected transit. Now, if I remember correctly, because these fields are not exported, I can't use go compare. And I don't particularly want to export them. Tags is empty. Tags is an empty. Expected transit. Transit config. Connect transfig. Test how to. Tile 1 to 2. Transit, expected transit. Those are the same. Wait a sec, let me turn that off. There we go. I had the dehumidifier running. I forgot about it. It was humid yesterday. Rainy. That looks the same. That's the same. Exit label is test exit label. Description. Enter message. Leave message. Yeah, let's take a look at the debug result here. Tags is empty, and then our transit here. Oh. Here we go. Transit. Yeah, this is nil. Okay, so when we grab that, that's going to be in connect. Connect tags. Except it has no label either. So here, right here, make string 0. There. To make sure we always have a tags list. It shouldn't be a nil. It should be an empty list, and then we should populate it. There we go. Okay. Yep. Okay. Getting room data. No exit label, defaulting to using tags. Okay. Exits. Tags. And we're expected data here. I think this is going to be the same deal. Wait. Expected data results. Yeah, these guys. Bet. I'm going to have to think about this here in a second if this is what we want to see. But I want to make sure that this is the error first. Like so. Test get room data. No, still fails. Interesting. Exit label, description. Exit label is empty. Which should be that. We're going to need to go look. It'll be easier than just guessing. All right. Result comes back. We don't need... Oh, wait. That's not a breakpoint. Result, game events, room data, exits. Tags is nil in here. Shouldn't be the case. That's in results. Get room data, expected data. New test map. We don't drive any of that manually. But that's got to be the difference here. Because tags is an empty string here. Whereas in these exits, it's a nil. Empty string array, I should say. Okay. Why would that be? We make that... Oh, I bet you this returns a nil. Probably why. We should check here anywho. Has no tags. If transit exit label is not equal to empty strings, but we're seeing defaulting to using tags. So the exit label must be set. Yes. Does split not return if there's nothing... Sep is empty split each UTF-8 sequence. S does not contain sep, as sep is not empty. Split returns a slice of length 1 whose only element is S. Okay. So what's going on here? This should be correct. Test tile, get room data. Test tile is U at 1, 1. Result unexpected data. I'm not even hitting this though. Why not? Because tags here is greater than 1. Oh, we never used it. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Let's do, if this is greater than 0, then we do this transit tags equals CFG tags. Else, we do this buildy build. Let's see if that gets us where we want to be. There we go. Okay, now that's broken, but that's okay. Get room data is still broken, though. Something else is afoot here. Okay. I don't see tags in here in our GOT still. Okay, well, start with one thing at a time here. This guy, we expect here now to see the tags still. Yes, that makes sense. Well, actually, hang on. No, because we did this. We were trying to cut that out of the tags because it's just redundant and it's one more thing we have to search through. I remember now. That's why I did it this way, which only seems stupid. If you don't read all of the code. So, don't have tags default to the split of the exit label, or if that is empty, default to the split of the default transit label. Well, no, that should still be fine to put this in. Because we go through them. Because this transit tags are different. Well, no. Why did I do it this way? This is config tags. I'm getting confused between the two. That's why. So we put the config tags in. That's why. So we put the label in there if you don't have one. And then when we build, and that's just config tags. Okay. And we're expecting to find the other kind of tag. The ones in the connection itself. On the tile itself. Transit tags. That's right. That's right. Okay. This transit tags is greater than 0. This might be wrong too, but that's okay. We'll work through it here in a second. So we need to understand why has no exit label defaulting to using text. That's fine. We're just not getting this, and we shouldn't be. That should be okay. Transit tags is append. Yeah, that should be fine. So what's going on? No, that's right. Forgot this. Didn't stop that. Okay, so result. I have all these lovely exits. Wait. Must be building this in Git room look incorrectly. Tags none because it's got a label. North test exit. And it has a direction. Which is fine. Tags is still nil in here. That's in Git room. Okay, I see. I'm just brain farting on where I am in the world. We're not in connect here. We're in Git exit info. Should include exit, this exit, game events room exit, direction is cardinal, exit label is that. Tags needs to be set here to something. This should be tags. There we go. It just wasn't actually being put into the event that comes out. There we go. Let's see where that gets us. No? Tags. It's because this has labels. These do not. Because we did build the label. Which I'm fine with. I think. It might still be useful to have. So yeah, we'll leave label in there. And we'll just adjust this. Right? Are you not? It's exit label, that's why. That should be that. That should be that. That. You. Southeast. String. South string. We'll spell it right, just, you know, for fun. Exit label. Coordinates. Southwest. string coordinates west string northwest string. There we go. Perfect. Let's give that a shot. All right, closer. Let's see what we got here. We're gonna have to do the same thing here, aren't we? Yes. Exit label. Yeah. But these guys. Let's see, north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest. These are all in the same order. I should be able to copy paste this. Why is this? Yeah. Room data quick look. Exits should be... Well, actually, they're going to be missing descriptions, right? They should be missing the description. They should still have a label and tags, though. If I'm not mistaken. There we go. Okay. That's better. Let's go ahead and, since we've got a chunk of work done here, let's see, coordinates direction. What do we change in coordinates direction? Coordinates direction. Oh, we added the we lowercase those, and we also added our nil. Oh no, I guess it's just lowercasing. Okay, that's still fine. Okay, game map test, test map, tile and tile test. Yes, that all seems decent. Lowercase the get cardinal input string. Okay. There's that. Meow. Let's go ahead. And enjoy some of that delicious coffee. And then we got other things that are broken, I'm sure, still. So map test and tile test should be good. Our config tests are good, we know that. I could just run them, but I want to think about them. Character stuff. Character test. Are you in working order still? Actually, this should be okay, come to think of it. Because we kept the behavior that comes out of it mostly the same. We added. We didn't change or subtract. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything still failing. And actually, I should probably just do this. Okay, command parser has some things. What did we break in command parser? Command parser, world manager. Okay. That's right, because we changed the way the move action behaves a little bit, so that makes sense to world manager. But command parser. Command parser. What's going on with you? Ah, because you are that. But it shouldn't matter for parsing the command. I'm not sure why we put those in there, actually. Like, we're just trying to... Like, why do we even have a test character? Because you need one for a parser to attach the character? Wait a second. What do we do that for? Oh, because we have an ID. But if we only have an ID, I think I was thinking this guy would do more. But the state machine kind of took over that job. Let's do this. This. That. Oh, that's still ID. This, it's this. We'll limit that until we have a good reason not to. To just the ID. And then that can go in there, but don't really matter. Oh, actually, it might matter. Let's find out if it matters. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I think we are. Yeah, okay. We should probably... Things like look me. We don't have... Yeah, we didn't expand testing to cover that. I guess we can do that really quick. Which is why I was thinking we would need to just have an ID, because then we can add it things like look me. We expect this to be the character ID in there, and the same is true, I believe, for quick looks. Yeah, because it all runs through the same. So we should be able to do this. The same should be true of the abbreviated QLME. Yeah, we did somebody else, so we didn't do us. And I don't think we have a shortcut for look. Okay. Quick look, and everybody else. Yeah. Okay. That gets that working again. So we've still got playing game state needs to be fixed because we did just break that. That's true. That is true. It's going to be in client handler playing game state when we create our deal, which is going to be 70. Yes. ID goes in there. And there may be tests around that are broken now. Let's see here. We got world manager we need to look at still. Otherwise, it looks like we're good. Most of the testing of this is in main because we just integration test it all. So remove test character from command parser. Actually, we should say remove character from command parser. Switch to only storing the attached car ID. Fix tests. Now let's go look at this world manager. World manager test. And let's just tidy this up real quick. New test map. This gets an error now. Sleepy today for some reason. This is going to be a fatal error. Creating test map. I'm going to copy this because I bet you a lot of them are going to be this. And in fact, could probably get away with test map this, replace with test map error that. It's called the walrus. Okay. And then I can just go through and fix up this and that. Same here, this and that. This and that. I can't really just blindly replace that either, so we'll just step through. Fix them all up. You still got... let's get tags now. What's going on here? Real quick, double check. Okay. That's fine. We probably got a couple more of those in other places. We'll go through. Let's just do this really quick. Get these squared away first. One step at a time. You've already got an error. We already did you. Already did you. Actually, hang on. That didn't make sense. I had to double check. It word wrapped down funny. We still need to handle the failure. Okay, there we go. And then you. That one I got. Lost my place. I think I'm done. Yeah, okay, cool. So, that's all of those. Now let's go figure out... I missed one of them. That's fine. Easy enough. There's still something in here? Nope. It's just complaining about duplicate code lines. What I don't care about in tests. This is get tags. Like so. This is... got... Where are you? Right here. Get tags. And then you are probably the same. Yep, okay. How do we feel about that now? Are you making a game engine to understand the low-level systems? I'm making a game engine because it's fun. And because I want to make one. Okay, we're missing... Description is missing from targeted look data. That was an error looking at the room. Okay, cool. So we've got a bug. In tag resolution, it looks like. So that's going to be... We send you, we handle event. It's going to be a look event. It's got to be in the tile. Tile at target tile, get room data. And this is going to be... The ID one makes sense because we did change that, I think. I don't remember if we fixed it up or not. Look at character in room. We get our room data. But target tags is going to be 0. Greater than 0, rather. So we actually need to go look at this. Get object by tag. Get element by tag. We'll start here. Get element by tag. My tags are that. Search area. Occupants. Oh, this isn't going to be right. That's why. Yeah. Because you're not going to type assert. I'm just not going to be able to do that way. So either I'd have to basically go through, pull out each item, and then check its type, or do something different here. Oh, actually, maybe I can do... So we can leave that as an interface. Except for then you won't know... Am I allowed to do that? Because then when I'm going through... I could type assert you as a tagged object. And I probably just want to do it normal. If not okay. Error. Object in set is not a... Or is wrong type wanted the type of that got the type of this type of that being game events tagged object. But I can't do that, can I? I can just do... Let's do object type this in object set, I guess we can just call you. This is object, and then this can then become just get tags, and we add oh, but then you're not. could do that, I suppose. Like that. Let's give that a shot. Hey, Sad, how's it go? Private search area is not a listed tag. Oh, oh, that won't satisfy that either. But if I don't do that, I can't do that. Okay, this gets messy. Let's not do that. Just gonna roll all this back actually. Because that's not gonna work. Because they look different in memory. But that's going to be problematic because otherwise we have to either make our tile occupants not pointers to characters, or we have to do a conversion here for things like that. But we're going to have to do the same thing. It would be really nice to be able to just resolve this to a single thing. Is there a way that I could do... I wanted to use reflection. Could I do... what's the name of the thing? Can I convert an array of type to an interface? Not directly. Okay. Two types not have the same representation in memory. Necessary to copy elements individually to the destination slice. Same underlying type. Change the name of the type being converted, thus possibly change its method set. Can't change the name and method set of elements of composite type. Okay. So yeah, the answer is that I would have to convert these. So if I'm going to do that anyway, I might as well do this, not mess with that. Do that directly. And then, like, it sucks, but we just have to make I guess we can just call you occupants. That's fine. List of game events tagged object. And then for, I don't care about the index, or do I? Actually, can do exactly what they were saying I should do. Do that, and then I do care. Occupants I equals char, because that is that interface. And I just can't really do much better than that, I don't think. Like, it sucks, but it is what it is. We're going to do the same thing here for our additional connections here. It's that. And then this. That. That. Okay, perfect. Our ID stuff fails, but we knew that was going to happen because, like I said, I didn't think we fixed that yet. We need to do that at the world manager level. So it's a quick look event or a look or a search. Target tags is not 0. So it's going to be here. Get object by tag, target tags. Yeah, because here, if this, actually, we want to make sure. Let's actually just do it here. If len target tags is equal to 1, and I don't think I can do this here, but let's find out. Zero. type assert to UUID. Yeah, I didn't think so. I need to pull this down. That's fine. If that non-interface type string. Oh, that's right. Because we do still put it in as a string. So this is actually parse target tag 0. This returns the ID and an error. We should have a logger in here, I think. We can get rid of this. If error is not nil, m.log. This is really like a debug, because it's not like this is an expected thing, more or less, right? We're gonna see if it's a ID. If not, then we'll parse it by tag. That way you can still look for a single thing. You're probably gonna get like an ambiguous result, but maybe not. We'll just support it. We'll just say event type this target tag this is not an ID or a UUID. This is expected if you are not looking for an ID. Okay, and then event type target tags 0. That's it. No, I can't do that. I can do an else though. If it did parse, didn't parse, log debug, move on and try to parse. Well, actually, hang on. Let's flip this on its head. We're going to do that. So if it is nil, that means it did parse. We can just skip this nesting, and I like that better. Except for I got one too many of them. So if it did parse, get result by tag. So this should then be target tile. Oops. Get object by ID. ID. And what did we do here for errors? You'd have to guard this. Oh, we set that there, though. We would want to do this. And instead of setting match... Well, we can do that. If it's not nil... Success is false. Data is the error text message. Do I like that still? I feel like I want to pull this out into a function. That's what I feel like. Let's just call it that. Like that. Get you out of here really quick. This should clean this up. So we're still good to do the room look here. That's all fine and good. This basically all needs to come out into this function. So we're going to need target tile. We're going to need target tags, list of strings. Except for here, we're returning we don't know what it's going to return. We could return an interface. Let's not do this. Let's do this a different way. Okay, so we need to know, we can still do this look event for the thing that happens in the room. That's all fine. So we need to know if it succeeded, and we need some data to send back. Whether that be a text notification, which is fine, because the character knows how to handle that, or it's something else. As long as you don't break this, we should be okay. So what we could do and then event target, this can get pulled out. I think we can do we get an interface back still and a bool for success, I guess. And we can just log, because we're a method. We can log, and that'd be fine. So we need target tags still. So list of strings, that's fine. We need the target tile, which is a game map tile. So we do that. Do I want the event? Yes. Do my target tags? Yeah, I'll just keep pulling them out there only one time. That's fine. Right? Game events event, yeah, okay. So we turn nil false there. So here, nil false. I guess we can still log. I don't even want the event in here. I don't need that. It's just a debug log. Target tag of whatever. It's not a UUID. It's expected if you're not looking for an ID. Here, this needs to be different, though. We need to return data here, because this should be the end of it. We shouldn't go through here. This should actually be true, because we successfully handled it. And if we think about it as not a success, but a... should that be the end of the processing? So we'll think about it like that and name it as such. Up here, so... we're just sending back text notifications. That's fine. That's fine. This can just be... you don't see that here. This is presuming you've given it an ID. Otherwise, if we have a match... ooh, here's where we need... okay, so yeah, we do need the event still. Well, balls. Because we need to know... if there is no match, and I don't need that. If there's no match, we're done. You don't see that here. Ooh, actually, no. That's not true, because this... we need to check. Errors is error map no ID match error. Do I need that? Oh, point receiver. Makes sense. Why? Where are we using this? Field tag error message. We're using as type here instead. But we can also do this. This is going to spit back that string. I don't know if I care, though. It's actually pretty unlikely you're specifying an ID. But that's fine. We put that in game map. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Okay, so we'll do that. Result and true for handled. Build tag error message handles different per. Actually, hang on. Let me triple check my thinking here. There was an error looking at the room as the default. Okay. Ambiguous tag match, no tag match. We can actually handle here. No ID match error. As type. No ID match error. Error. These both. There. I can just do, I don't even need to do that. I think I just want to do, yeah, that would really tidy things up, I think. There is nothing here with that ID. And then I don't care about that. Well, Yeah, we'll go with that for now. It'll be okay. I'm not 100% sure I want to support this because, like, typing a UUID would suck, right? And I think I want to do something else that's more human friendly, but we'll go with it for now. Otherwise, if we do have a match up here, what are we doing? We would need to switch the same way we do here. Which makes me wonder if we shouldn't change back. Best match is a game object right now. What if we... What if we still did that? Well, no, because we need to return that. Possibly. I guess that's probably okay. We still need to do this. So, I probably don't need that. I probably don't need this. Well, I might need that. Data interface. Yeah. I don't think I want success. I want, like... Well, maybe not. Hang on. Let's do that. Because we're setting success in here. Okay, so yeah, this should return false here. We can't really think about it like that and still preserve this. This should really be resolve ID target. And this can be tag target. Target tile is still game map tile. And we still need the target tags in here. That's fine. Let's try that out. Done with this for now. And then this fella here. Oops. And all this. Comes out. Spell that correctly for fun. Event target, best match. So here, result and false, we would return. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need this down here. This would need to come up here, I think. I guess that'd just be best match and true, right? Okay. So take you out for a second. If data's still nil, then resolve tag target, target tile, target tags. If data is not nil, success ends up being true here, but it shouldn't be there. And I guess we could say, if not success, no success with, oh no, actually this is, this goes in here. That's not true either, because we want to resolve this if not success. But if the length is greater, then I don't want to run this. That's why this thing is kind of such a mess. If it's greater than 1 or parens in the right place, or not success. Or should I just base you on data? I think it's probably the saner way. So if this is appropriate, I try to resolve it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna, data will still be nil, I'm gonna run this. If this runs and it sets, it'll skip it, we'll do this stuff with our target that we've resolved. Otherwise, it'll run this and try to resolve it. And then if it's not nil still, or now, if it's still nil, then we fall through. And we do this because we don't know if this has been set to true, then we should be okay. Data should be a game event, game object. If our event was a search, we do the search. Otherwise, we say you can't search that if it's searchable. Otherwise, we do a look at with the target. With our, okay, yeah, us doing the look. That makes sense. Okay. So, where does event target get set in this? You get set there. A target in a room event has to be a game object, or it could be nil. I think we're still good if we do it that way. And that just tidies up this function a bit. Yeah, we'll see what tests have to say. We'll see. Because they should all pass now if we've handled that correctly. Yeah, okay. Good. We have other tests that'll cover the other side of the fence to make sure the characters get the right output still, so we should be good to go there. Fix the ID, or the looking, searching, etc. by ID to use the new ID resolution code. Also fix the generic tag resolution to actually work. We'll push that up. I'm going to take a quick break and use the restroom real fast. And then we'll come back and we'll see if we can't run the rest of the tests and get them to pass before we go adding more. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. So, let's get this guy over here so we can see. And we'll clear this so we have fresh results, and we'll run. Excellent. Okay, so we're back to passing all of our other tests to make sure the right output is generated and sent to the client. Should mean that we haven't broken that part. That all should be working correctly still. The game map over here. Was it game map or was it tile? No, let me close that tile. We might need still. Ba-ba-ba-bum. We're gonna cheat. Tile, you're down here. There you are. Tile test. So cardinals with additional tags, they should be in both lists. So let's test connect cardinal, right? Yes, this is the one that looks in there. So connect cardinal extra tags. So in our tags here, we have east, but we're also going to put test tag. Let's see here. It's a cool exit. Let's do... Well, because it's going to come into connect in the config already split. I guess... we can just call you test. Add that as a tag. Just thinking about what it's a valid. Valid thing. And move. It's in game map right meow. Actually, we got... This is already done. We got that done. Get chance by tag. Yeah, okay, so... this should be... Oh, we do want to do this, though. I do want to list in here. Let's do that. Like so. That's fine. And then our expected transit, it should have 1 and 2 in its tags still. So I connect you, and then this should be in cardinal, but it should also not be empty. Tile 1 additional exits contain the... Well, actually, hang on. So we changed this up a little bit. When we connect, we build the connection stuff, connect. This transit tags append. Yeah, okay, we never put you in. Okay, so this is going to fail, but additional exits, when we go into not leave tile, get transit by tag, it's going to go through the whole list looking for tag matches. So should be the same object. If it's less than 1, actually, if it's not equal to 1, then should contain the same entry, but found whatever it was. That's fine. And then here, if len test tile 1 additional connections, if it's less than 1, it's fatal because we can't test the rest. We can still test here if we got more than 1. We still make sure that we got at least the thing we wanted. So it's still broken, but we get more info, right? My camera's gone blurry. But if there's not at least 1 to test, then we're real broken. Let's fix you. Cancel. There we go. Okay. And then we basically have the same thing, except for this is test tile 1, additional connections at index 0. No if there. And then we don't need this. We just need to check you. Transit and expected transit. Bad additional connection from tile 1, tile 2. Got this. Wanted that. So you should still pass. Okay. Wait. Should you be passing? Did we add you? Did we actually add you? I want to be very certain that I get this correct. Connect. So we've got the transit. Okay. If it's there, T, cardinal connections. Okay, yeah, we did add you. Perfect. Okay. This transit tags is greater than 0. Yeah. We did circle back. Where did I have my to-do that said... It's in get exit info. That's where we were, had forgotten. Okay. And that's, yeah, that's a future discussion for me. Okay. So. In both lists, good. Let's also do exits with only tags. Connection. Test connect tags. So instead of east, and it shouldn't matter, it's just, it only matters what we put in here. We do that. We expect that. We connect. That doesn't really matter. We'll throw it in there. This should just be an error here. We should not have a cardinal here. If it's okay, we don't even care about this. We just care about that. And it's actually just going to be an error. It says, connection was added to cardinal connections list, but should not have been. Okay. And then we can still test that. That's still fine. Still test this. That's still fine. This should pass as well. Okay. And then add tests for exits with tags. This is the one that we're going to break. Get room data tagged exits. So this is gonna suck a little bit because we create a test map. And they don't have tags. We would have to modify this, which we can do. That's fine. Because connect is just going to override this data now with whatever we do. So this, fill the fields. We can actually just grab like basically this. Oops. Copy it, not cut it. And do this. ID. We don't care about the ID really, but that's fine. It can stay there. Test style is you. And then you, let's do, so you're 1, 1. Let's do north and south, I guess. So we can do 1, 2. You could be test maps ID, I think. Yes. Like so. These guys can both be nil. We're not testing the DCs. Okay. Now, test tile, connect. This is an error. Transit config, target tile, and then log. Try test logger. There we go. Okay. Override the connection data for the test. If the error is not nil, error overriding connection data. There we go. Expected data. So our connection to the south because you're just tagged with that, this should be empty, and this should be tag 1, test tag 2. This should be coordinates 0. Should be the default, I believe. Oh wait, no, cardinal. What did I call you? I call cardinal, nil cardinal. There we go. And then the description. This should be not cardinal connections, but additional connections. Index 0 description. Because that's where you're going to get put. And then the tags are set, and then that should be okay, I believe. So this should fail because we're not putting it in there yet. It's going to be missing. Exits north. Yeah, this sucks a little bit, but such is the way it is. Northeast, south, east, southeast. It goes straight to southeast. No, that's true. That's true. South, south. Tags is nothing. South description on normal south test exit. Why did you get added? Oh, it's because you're in the thing still. Shit. This. There were no cardinal connections in there. That's fine though, because we're in the thing. Remove the old connection data. Test tile. Cardinal connections delete. Other way around. South, so coordinates south. So now south should be missing. So east, southeast, and then southwest. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Now, you get exit info. We go through the cardinals, and then we need to go additional range t dot additional connections. And then if should include exit additional event type first, sorry. Event type char additional spotted exits. If we should include you, this exit, game events, room exit, fill the fields, direction is empty, tags is additional tags, label is additional exit label, additional description. Like so. Oh wait, no, description not. So we'll repeat ourselves a little bit here, but that's fine. If event type is not equal to game events quick look event, this exit description is that exits equals append exits this exit. Now, in this case, we want to make sure we don't duplicate, but we'll do that by a test. Okay. You, because this is a list, we're going to expect this to be at the end. So we got invalid cardinal direction, tags, test tag, exit label. This should be correct. Up here, the south. Exit label should still be south, though. So exit label is test exit. Oh, that's right, because we didn't give it an explicit label. Or no, sorry, we did give it an explicit exit label. So let's go take our friend here, put him at the end. Exit label is not south. It's our what do we call you? Transit config. Exit label. And that's correct. We want to get our ordered cardinals first, and then we add whatever is in their other list in no particular order. Okay, that works. Now, this goes away. This cardinal and tagged exits. So we're going to add here south string. So this is going to end up in this position again. Southeast, south. Because cardinal will override it. It'll still have... It won't still have that as a tag. It won't be in the tag list. Or it shouldn't be, at least. We'll have our extra tags. The exit label, this is still going to override, I believe. Go double check. Exit label is that. If it's empty, then we join the tags. Which would have that. I'm okay with that, though, I guess. We're going to leave it with the provided one in the test, I think. I don't think there's a problem with that. All right, so this should fail now because we're going to have a duplicate in there. So we should see a south. This is our wanted. Here we should see a south in the GOT. East, southeast, southwest. We didn't. Oh, because I'm dumb. We nuked it. Okay, let's try that again. East, southeast, south. Yes, that's correct. West, northwest. Uh, test tag. Here we go. So yeah, it did test exit description. Oh, and it got added with that as well. Why would it do... Why did it not... Oh, actually, you know what? I should clear... I should clear this still. Because we want to get it to re-add with the new tags. To simulate adding that to begin with. Because if I didn't put it... We should do this in this order anyway. In both cases. Remove the old, override. Well, this is really more like reconnect the tiles with test data. That's more accurate. Remove the old connection data. Reconnect the tiles with test data. You should be there. Okay. This should end up with the same data in both places. South, tags, test tag, okay. Direction invalid. Oh, it's because in... It was fun. I got booted off my Wi-Fi there. Weird. To look at that. Hopefully, we're back in action here. Seems like we are. All right. Anyway, we should be passing through... not label. Are you loud and clear? Excellent. Like, everything shut off. Like, my music, I looked down and Spotify was like, you're offline. That was cool. How you doing today, Marco? How's all the everything? Why don't I have... Y'all are still supposed to be transits. Hey, Aman, how's it going? Oh, it's because it's cardinal. Duh. And you won't have... Ah, right. Because we don't actually know... Okay. That's still fine. It's just a little wonky. Um, that's tricky. Is it the same project you were doing last year? Yeah. Trying to rice my Hyperland config, but Nix is so bad that I'm writing a DSL for it. Feel like that's a trap. One of the classic traps. The classic blunders, if you will. So I can't do that if I want to do that way. But that's fine. The cardinal really only exists as by virtue of being put into here. It doesn't need to be on the transit. The thing we want to not double up on here, transits have IDs, right? We didn't put it into this struct because it doesn't matter to who's consuming this. I don't think. I'd rather be writing Rust. So yeah, you have an ID. I guess we could just do, because we prioritize the cardinal connections in general, and they should still have the same tags, they do. Ooh, that's an interesting point. If we don't have a direction, yeah, no, that's going to be fine. Okay, so I guess we can just go through. I guess it should be existing exit. If existing exit, and also we need to do that, or like already added instead. If existing exit ID. Oh, but you're... I can't do that. I guess I could do... just a separate... deal here. This transit ID, and then I would do the same thing here. I still don't care about the index, range, added IDs. If ID equals, or I guess I could say, this exit, not this exit, additional ID equals ID, already added is true, break, and then if not already added, then we add you. I don't love that idea, but unless I put the ID in here, which I don't need an ID in a room exit. You got tags you can choose from. And I'd rather you use that because that makes more sense, I think, than to try to track down UUIDs. Okay, so this should pass now. because we're going to only add it in the cardinal list. Doesn't though. What did I overlook? Direction south, tags, test tag, exit label, etc., etc. And then up here, southeast, invalid cardinal. You shouldn't be an invalid cardinal, though. You should be getting added right back where you were. Connect. In tags, if cardinal connections card, this transit. Otherwise, we append it to my tags if the length of my tags is greater than 0. Well, no, they appear in both. We're allowing that. Do a look event. What am I overlooking here? Get exit info. Exits and added IDs. Range default exit print order. We go through here. We build this. That gets the cardinal added. We append you. Added IDs, this transit ID. We go through our additionals. And actually, I could do this. It would be smarter to do this way. But I can't continue. I'd have to either loop tag or have... I guess I could loop tag. That way I can skip this bool. And not do any of this work at all. We already added this. Skip. And this actually needs to go up one further. Skip checking it. This needs to go up here. We don't even need to look and see if we should add it if... Yeah. And I can't just continue here because that's going to put me... Yeah. I think this is still broken, though. Direction south, tags, test tag, etc. Okay, never mind. Maybe it's fine. I forgot to change this. Then we should get our... Oh, this should be also... south description. Missing a dot. There we go. And then the exit label should still be the one we added. We should still have these tags because we had additional tags. There we go. Okay. That's more better. Let's go ahead and commit this. So game map tile and tile test. What are we changing game map? For this one? Here. Oh, we deleted the to do that. To done. Okay, yeah. All right. So we're going to say we're going to commit this. Add the additional connections if we haven't already added them. Expand testing to cover different permutations of exits with cardinal and without. Okay. That should be good. I think we need to worry about the character output. It's going to be in status alive, but the testing for that, I guess it would be an alive test. Kind of. It'll be these functions for sure. We see the following exits, so we need to account for these guys. If the direction isn't a nil, otherwise we do the label. Gotta figure out how I want to put that on the screen. I probably want to do something here. Because right now it'll be to the north, east, south, whatever, and then it'll be the tags or the label. Maybe that's fine. Maybe that's totally okay. So let's do exit text verbose, 2 exits. We'll do cardinal and additional exit. So we won't care about tags here. We will care. That won't be in there. So we'll do that. And we expect to see that exact same text come out like this. Right? Yeah. Run the whole set. Everything's good. We also want to handle that in here. Exit direction string. Otherwise exit label. Okay, so yeah, we're already wired up for that. Kind of did that as we were sketching it out. I think I'm okay with that. And we'll do the same thing here. Exit text, cardinal and additional exit. And I'm actually just going to borrow my little fella here. The description we'll leave in because, again, we're trying to make sure it doesn't actually, if it did end up in there, it doesn't make it through. In fact, we left ourselves a note to the effect. So to the west and through the portal. All right, everything passes. So that's good. We want to get that into the other test too as well, though. So that just covers our builders, our string builders. Test coverage for additional exits to the exit string building helpers. The other things we want to make sure that it must just be in character test, right? Notify other exit. Yes. Okay. Okay. You all. So do look. That's not it either. Notifications? No. Test do look. Test the event being generated. I know I covered this. Where did I cover this at? Was that in World Manager? Yes. Okay, here we go. Search room, hidden exits, search character, look room only, quick look room only. So here, we'll do cardinal and tagged exits. Oh, except I think we're okay on this. We would have to override something, which we could do. And we only check here. We don't check exits here. We check the characters and stuff like that. You know what? I think we're okay. Because we've covered doing the other bits and pieces. If we find something that is broken, we'll add a test for it. But I think we're okay, honestly. Okay. We've tested that they build correctly. It's all the same type of structure that goes through, so I think we're good. So that makes this also done, right? So now we need to account for map transfers before we go do editor things. And I think we have all the pieces in place for that. We just need to handle it. When we send a move event, we pick an exit. Map tells us about it. This here, origin map. We call origin map move. What we need to do here because the only place that's going to know about different things is going to be this guy here, World Manager. So when we do this, we resolve a transit. We could either reissue, but that makes it takes two. Let me finish my thought. We could reissue a new event for a map transfer event. We can make an event for that. That's going to mean that it takes 2 ticks to do a map transfer, though. Do we care? Maybe, maybe not. The other thing we can do, we have the ability to yank people, remove character from map. This doesn't use that, though. We would have to get different stuff to happen. All of this doesn't get engaged then, right? We could pull some of this apart to reuse it. Yeah, I think I like that plan. But then we need to know at this level. That would suck. Well, we kind of need both, though. So this is the level where we know what the transit is. Bit me. Some of the mosquitoes I squashed yesterday. Um, this is the only place where we know whether or not this transit is for us, which kind of argues for a map move event. Recover still works there. Map doesn't have the ability to issue events right now, though. Could add it. Wouldn't be the end of the world. Right now, it only returns an error. Hmm. The other thing we could do is just lift move up entirely. I don't know that I want to do that. That would be kind of a world manager sort of job, though, huh? And we could pull apart this stuff into like two functions, like a character leave map, character leave tile. We already have tile. We could make you return us a thing. Well, we could also just do an error type that says, hey, this move is a map transfer, not a move. And then I don't have to rely on the message bus and pass things through and all that other stuff. And I can do it all in a all in one so that if it fails, I can roll it back. The other thing I could do is I could have like a resolve move target or something like that function. And instead of just giving this a target, I could make it take a transit. Basically pulling this part out. I think I like that the most. And then I can just check and see, are the IDs the same, or if it's missing IDs, then we assume it's the same map. So if like the destination has an ID, then I try to resolve that to a map. Well, but then I still have to call both of them. We know what map the character's on. It has a location in it. We know if that's a valid map. The only place that knows that transit and is able to retrieve its destination is that map. So we still need to do that part. And the only place that knows the other maps is the game manager, or the world manager rather. So we still got to do that. So that's probably the sanest. And we could pull these out like I was talking about, and reuse parts and pieces to where move just becomes like wiring those two together. Yeah, that's probably the best way. It's the most code reuse. Alright, I need a beverage and a restroom. I'll be right back, and we'll start tearing that apart. Okie dokie. So, how are we going to do this in the sanest way? First, I think we do the resolving a target thing. So we're going to do... adjust that. Get transit. And then we take the character and then the target, which is an interface, right? this can return transit pointer error. This all is still completely all the same. Except for that. You come up here. This is a return nil. Nil, nil. Nil error. Air string. Target string. Move target became called target. We resolve that. You target. Send move error we pulled out, but that might move. We'll see. See where it ends up. Target transit. This. We do that. Target string. Get transit by tag. Where would we have handled target string if we didn't manage to resolve it? Switch on target type. Oh, it's because, yeah. We need to do this still. That makes sense. So this also needs to move up. Invalid exit error. We can still send the move error to them. It's probably fine. This is more like that. This all makes sense still. If the destination is nil, it's an error. All of that. Except for where down here did we... Target transit. I didn't... We never set you. Wait, no, we did. Okay, so why did target string still get... I don't know. Is the answer to that. Do I even need this anymore? Oh, it was for the event. Right? No? I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking there. I'll find out later if it matters, I guess. So we make sure we can see it. This doesn't make sense anymore. So we do the switch and we resolve it. If it's nil, then right here, invalid exit. Couldn't find it. Send that error. Here, we're going to assume that we have you. Right here, nil, invalid exit error. Which, there's no exit in the direction requested. Okay, perfect. That can stay just like that now. Then I don't need this because we've returned already if we're in that situation. I've got some kind of a missing or extraneous bracket in here somewhere. Default, unable, okay. We log our debugs, all that's fine. Error string. So if we have an error, basically, we're good there. We send it. Otherwise, yes, that's still good. Except this needs to be guarded by this. We only check that if you're nil. And that's fine, yeah. So destination down here, if that's nil, then it's an error. Okay. Where do I have my extra or missing bracket? You're in here somewhere. Missing return statement. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. Otherwise, transit, no. Okay. Why is this all so indented? I just feel like there's something still missing here. Maybe it just hasn't formatted because this isn't done yet. Okay. So, this is now going to take a transit instead. I still need to resolve current tile again. That's probably okay. And then call leave tile, all of that. This is move target instead of target transit. I don't like that name though. Move transit, I guess we can call you. Invalid move notice is that Unexpected. Because I got one too many of them now. Because this... all this checking went up there. Let's double check that we already have everything we need here. There's no exit to the target string. That's why we saved target string before. What were you? There we go. We can just pull you back in like that. There we go. Okay, so this needs to go in place. Up here, I think. It actually needs to come in after here. I see. Because we've kind of flipped things on their head is why. Because we want this to fire that same message. And that's why we were logging here. But maybe we let the world manager take care of some of this. Let's get these closed for now. We'll need to go fix them after we break things again, but this is going to end up being origin map we already did. Get transit, char, and target, right? Pair is not equal nil. Return an error. Notify user and return an error. And then we probably just need to do is nil notify user, right? That makes more sense. Oop. That would simplify this stuff, right? The string, though... I guess... I guess we could just return always a strings join. Because our target... Well, our target's an interface. So it could be one of either thing. Don't like that. We could just do... Okay. We have our game map errors over here. Map errors. We could use this. That would be tidier. No exit found error, right? And probably gets a target string. And then... you could just make that exported. Exit found error. Return. No exit found error. Target string is target string. Error. No. No exit found error. Yes. Error. String. Turn. Spread taf. No. There is no exit to the target string. So we could do that. And in fact, let's make this private. Unexported. So... unable to resolve transit by move type. So that's not one of those. That's a different error, right? This... so instead of doing this, yeah, we're going to get rid of this again. That... else. I guess... yeah. If it's not okay, then return nil, new, no, exit found error. Target string is just T, because we resolved you to a T. Or no, sorry. TGT, there we go. String. And I think we lowercased you before. Okay. The same thing here. Get transit, so... this is fine. We're just going to delete that. There is no whatever here. right? No exit to the... Maybe not. Hang on. What if I just return the error? Let's do that. Error string instead of target string. Because we want to have a little bit more flexibility. So up here, we're going to say there is no exit to the ramp, which is that. And then here, we're going to do the same thing, except for turn nil, new, no exit found error, that, like so. You can't find a whatever tag set you passed in here. Otherwise, it's this. And I don't think this log really matters anymore. And then I don't need that. And then I don't need this because I returned there, so that'll tidy that up. This is a different kind of error. This... invalid exit error. That's okay, I suppose. I don't need to send this, though. We're going to let World Manager take care of that. That's the same. Invalid move notice. This gets all moved up. We'll put that over here for a second. This needs to not be that. This is a different kind of error. Otherwise, everything's fine. Okay. Yes. And then we don't need that anymore. That's much nicer. Okay, so in here, if as error dot no exit found error. It's not. Oh, no. Oh, what is the syntax? I never remember it because it's brand new. We used you. Here. As type, that's what it is. As type, this is dot no exit found error error that. if it's this, how do I want to do this? Where's this actually used? We return there. I don't think this can be nil anymore. So I don't think that's even relevant anymore. This should still then be... Ooh. That's why that was like that. Crap. Because we do need to use that. If we do this like so. That tidies that up a little bit, which is nice. We do the same thing here. Like so. Like so. And then here, it's still a no exit found error. And it's still a there is no exit to the target string. There we go. Okay. So that should eliminate uses of this except for in a test, which we'll go fix later because I'm going to get rid of it. This was just a generic sentinel error. We have made it more better now. Okay, so if it's a no exit error, then we can send this to our message is just the error there. Okay. Return nil. It's not actually an error. It was handled. It didn't work, but it wasn't an error. Otherwise, error resolving which transit to use for this move. when moving character ID. We'll do both. Just to help track down issues. Hopefully that's sufficient. Okay, otherwise... if target transit's nil, is there a case where that would be? And it wouldn't have been caught. I guess it would be an error, a programmer error, that would lead to that, because we're dealing with a pointer, which is kind of a pain in the ass. But even if we weren't returning a pointer, we could have like an empty object. So we should probably still just check it either way. So I guess we just do... yeah, let's do error resolving, or just error moving character ID this. Target transit is nil. That's all right. That way we're sure that we have a transit here. And the same is true for move here. Not event target. Target transit now goes in here. And this is no longer new. There we go. Okay, so now we just need to pull out the logic for this. So we get transit. I think it becomes send move error goes away. That's good. Map. Move character out of tile. I think we can get it done with that. Right? All of this, like so. We use all of those things. Return nil. This becomes error is m dot move character out of tile. We pass it to that. If error not equals nil, recover lost character. Which of these two is the correct one? Unknown invalid location. Yeah. Cover lost character. Char. Wait, that doesn't error? Yes, okay, so we should log it though. um, actually, we already do all that. So, return. I'm quite okay with having that logic live here because... well, maybe. We could deduplicate some of this stuff, I guess. Yeah, let's do it. It just seems like the right thing to do. We're gonna have it happen again up here. It's 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. Turn error. Character is not at current tile. Not in current tile. And then we go ahead and error moving character out of tile error. And then we have the recovery. Except we can't do that. Oh, I guess, yeah, we can do that still. That's okay. Alternatively, we could lift that up here too and do the recovery. Because recover lost character also takes into account setting the location. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to put this over here, but we're going to copy or comment it out really quick. To do, because we want to be able to either way, if it's a move or if it's a map transfer, we got to account for this. Cover character if we fail the move or transfer. Yeah, okay. What I'm going to do here, I want to do this before we get another ad, because it's about time. So, to do, pull the enter tile out into a function as well. Reuse it for Map transfer as well as ping. Okay. Yeah. We'll think about whether or not this still has a reason to exist then. But thank you for coming to hang out with me today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of nonsense, come on back around tomorrow at about 10 a.m. Central Time. I'll be here doing the rest of this, and I'd love to see you. If not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway.